Daniel's here. Correctivity for homeostasis, and thereby autonomy and sovereignty for European peoples, genus and species. The concept of unionization, structuring, means for accountability, correctivity, homeostasis, coherence. Human ecology of our species. Coordination of pervasive ecology. Okay, the first matter to correct from, thanks Vahu, the sound is good. First matter to correct from the prior show, it's rather an oversight. We had a Portuguese guy on here saying that Lisbon is going black. To whatever extent that's true, it certainly bears serious attention, and that's you, Vahu, the Portuguese. It certainly bears serious attention, and I was a bit overly focused on the topic of abortion and pro-rights and pro-choice and that sort of thing. And so I didn't go in, take that occasion to say to him that that is exactly the kind of concern for the protection of the Portuguese species, along with all of our species, all of our European peoples. That's exactly the reason to engage with the DNA nations concept. Now, I didn't, when Snorkel Blog asked me to brief him on the DNA nations concept, I might have simply read from the 1,000 page, 1,000 word essay that's up on DNA Nation's website, and we can always refresh on that. But for now, what I want to say is that focusing, crime is starting to spike up there in Lisbon, I'll bet. The DNA nations concept and the concept of unionization, as it sets off and circumscribes citizenship, as it were, or charts the way for a distinct citizenship for ethno-nationals, a precursive form. This is not formal citizenship, of course. I'm not requiring anybody to renounce their current citizenship at all. But this provides a surgical means for us to pursue our autonomy. What do I mean by that? Well, I was listening to, I can say, a former colleague of, in a sense, over there at Majority Rights, James Bowery, who was speaking with Professor Kevin McDonald, and they were showing themselves as right-wingers are wont to do. In this case, those who are focused on the JQ, to be quite articulate of that matter, of course. But bereft and admittedly not quite knowing what to do. And this is what I'm saying. This is the problem. This is a problem of right-wingishness. Is its incapacity, or in this case, as I'm going to mention in a second, their unwillingness to organize. I mean, you've got Bowery going so far as to say that, maybe we need Putin to nuke American cities. Maybe that's the only thing that will allow us to rest our to salvage our peoples and this individualism and yeoman farmer way of life that Bowery seems to think is like the only healthy way for Europeans and Euroman, as he calls it. And he's very down with McDonald in his idea that individualism is so vital and central an expression of European people. And then Bowery, in this discussion, and McDonald is more or less, agree with him, that doesn't know what to do in order to take on kosher and power and influence. He's sort of like, at one point, he's considered the possibility, as Bowery suggests, that we need a formal declaration of war, which is another, I would say, absurdity at this point. And then this idea that the cities per se are a problem. Now, you make the call. Is it better to hope that the cities will be nuked, or is it a better idea to begin surgically and incisively designating our people, or singly parsing out our people, our European peoples, even those who currently reside in cities and inner cities, and begin formulating or begin unionizing them, so to speak, in a sort of precursive nationalist form, and readying them for a distinct unionization wherein they would be the beneficiaries of collective social leverage and not others. So they would have support, right? Whether they lived in the city or whether they lived on Bowery's yeoman farm. Is that a better place to begin, or do you want to hope for nuclear war and have like and root for Putin or Zelensky? Now, I'm talking about Bowery and McDonald in particular because the truth is I've proposed for both of them to be basically at the head of the Euro DNA Nations project. I don't know who or what talk. Kevin McDonald actually took the 1,000-word essay and edited a little bit and was going to post it on Occidental Observer. I don't know what changed his mind. I don't know who changed his mind, but I think it was like, I suspect Christian people did. But whatever changed his mind, it wasn't a good decision on his part. We should have run the article. And in that article, I begin by talking about Bowery's concept of the laboratory of states, or the laboratory of counties, as it evolved, in sortocracy, which can work along with it. And I wanted to put Bowery in front of it because I thought that he had the competence to understand genetics well enough and could articulate the matter, and that it would sort of satisfy his egotism to be a leading exponent. It didn't. He never. I won't speculate, but I think that it's not too far fetched to say that both in the case of McDonald and Bowery, that a bit of snobbery got in the way, and a bit of, in Bowery's case, a bit of selfish egotism got in the way. He did talk to me once. We did a podcast together, and the auspice, I thought, was to talk about the DNA Nations project. We really didn't talk about it. We talked about his stuff, but we went to talk about artificial intelligence and whatnot, and a declaration of war and all this unhelpful stuff, I think. And then he gets mad at me and says that, like, well, that's what I get for coming across. We didn't come across. He wasn't discussing the DNA Nations project. And there's no good reason why he shouldn't. The thing is these guys, these men, they're trapped in their right-wing reaction and the reaction to the red capes, and they've grown comfortable with the red capes of social organizing concepts as a kind of security blanket. A guest worker has a similar reaction. To comfort them as like it, they need that foil bad guy to feel more secure in their sort of scientific reactions and sometimes scientistic reactions. By scientism, I mean, a bad application of science. Now, so what I'm saying is that they don't, clear as I did make known how these postmodern ideas are supposed to function in the service of reconstructing the inherited forms of our people and ways. They didn't want to hear it. And there's not really good reason for that. I suppose, like I said, a bit of snobbery was part of the problem, and also encouragement from bad sorts, from neo-Nazis, like, Carolyn Yeager is always traipsing around, and the like is always traipsing around Occidental Observer, and then you have your Christian sorts who are hostile, like Matt Parrott was explicitly hostile to the DNA Nations concept, which is ridiculous. He never should have been. And then of course the kosher folks are not going to, in as much as they can exercise influence directly or indirectly to disrupt our homeostasis, apparently they're going to do that. And they maneuver right-wing reaction to where the last time I talked to McDonald, I tried again recently to ask McDonald, hey, why don't you get on board with this? You edited the document. Why not? Let's go with this DNA Nations concept. And he said, well, I'm not a good organizer. If you get it together, I'm gonna endorse it. Well, okay, but is it really so hard? Anyway, we'll carry on. But these boomers they've been, and these right-wing reactionary boomers have been a real problem, a real obstruction. And Bowery, in that conversation with McDonald, tried to turn the generational thing in this direction, tried to take it and act like he and his generation were the victims of being thwarted in what they were trying to do, and they would have saved the day. Well, maybe Bowery would have done a few things that would have helped, I'm sure, but the general characterology of the boomers as selfish, pursuing their self-actualization and their human potential jive, and impervious to the destruction, as the modernists they were impervious to the destruction that they were causing for their fellow European peoples and for subsequent generations, for their just selfish uncaring, is generally characteristic. And Bowery's individualism to the point which reaches the point of paranoia in how it responds to what I'm saying, is illustrative of the problem. And well, McDonald's another matter. Let me address this generational thing between, Boomer Bowery and this. What I'm trying to say is the accurate assessment, and it's just another example of some gaslighting of me that Bowery is engaged in at times. The Xer generation, my generation, the Xer generation had before them the task of applying social social organization and corrective to the selfishness and the destruction of this like swarm of locusts in the wasteland left by the boomers. We were the ones who were blocked from doing what we had to do, James. And you were no help with your paranoid reaction to what I was saying. This red caping of postmodernity, of the left, of social constructionism, of hermeneutics, is the misdirection and the obstruction of what we needed to do. This unionization, coalition building, social organization, social advocacy of our people, since we are the ones, we Europeans are the ones under attack. And where there's something, particularly in the case of guest worker, there's something not, innocent, just like, oh, he kind of doesn't understand, but there's a really, just a willful, very irresponsible ignorance, will to misunderstand, to misrepresent what I say, what I'm saying here. Mark Smith says, I just wondered if she was going to hop on. I wasn't clear that the chuckle was aimed at. I wasn't talking about Claire at all today. Anyway. Now, Bowery has said, he's made it clear that he, and I don't know if he maintained the latter part, but he said that he considers the most important thing about European peoples, he would single out Northern European peoples, as he would, for this snobbery that I'm talking. But anyway, that the defining characteristic, distinction, all important distinction of European peoples is our individualism, our sovereignty. He connects that with sexual dimorphism. That's okay. That's his. If he's really into that, but he's taken it so far as to say that if another people, not European people, were to carry the torch of individualism, that he would go with them. I don't know if he would maintain that, but here's the thing. I mean, what most people are saying, even the right wingers, even the people in WN are saying that individualism is a problem. And Bowery has been an, an obstruction in and paranoidally reacting to any thought and discussion of a social perspective or social organization, as if you're trying to take away his individualism, minimize it, hamper his individualism, turn him in his kind of like absurdly speculative line of reasoning, turn European people into eusocial creatures, like insects, like bees or ants, who have whole columns of asexual workers, only a few males who breed with the queen bee or whatever. And he's the hero who's going to stave off this happening from some damn fool like myself, who's going to make that happen because I'm just I've taken too many sociology classes, according to him, and guest worker. And it requires enormous ignorance to hold that position, because to take that angle, because I am not trying to undo the individuality of Europeans at all. That's not my concern. The concern is borders and boundaries. And furthermore, you're not going to be able to maintain your damn individualism without those borders and boundaries. The basic platform here, paradigmatic conservatism, maintains that this is how the overall structuring should be for European peoples, that we have strong borders and boundaries of citizenship, right? And relatively free individual liberty for members. Now, there can be some states, some European peoples that are more social, some that are more individualistic. I don't care. I'm perfectly willing to let it be the prerogative of the particular state. And Bowery should have understood this from the start. There's nothing here in what I'm saying that he should object to. He just wanted to, for whatever reason. I can't give any good reason for him to do this, and so I won't, because it would just be insults. Now, you try to explain to people like him, of that generation, who were so locked in reaction, in their boomer right-wing STEM modernist reaction, how social constructionism, what it's meant for, how it's supposed to work, how it doesn't deny facts, that it is an important part of the of what we need in the postmodern turn, and the purpose that Vico was seeking, that Heidegger was seeking in the postmodern hermeneutic turn, to sensitize and make us aware, make our people aware and accountable to their social indebtedness, even for the vaunted individualism that of that Bowery cares about so much. Now then, so we're having to deal with this boomer generation and the obstruction of their reactionary thinking, and their having gotten used to their autobiographies defined in reaction to the red caping, that is to say, the misrepresentation of postmodern concepts. So they can't accept that I'm saying something, that what I'm saying is not what the wielders of the red capes are saying. That in fact it's necessary. They are like Plato, let's say, reacting to the sophists and rigidly trying to propose these unassailable forms in response to the language games and chicanery of the sophists, who are wreaking havoc in praxis in the social world. And they become, and in their desperation, become more and more determined to establish unassailable warrant, either beyond nature or within nature, as opposed to these language games. I know for a fact that Bowery has spoken this way. We never win arguments with the YKW. Semigog is a lot like that too, and clearly guest workers like that too. All right then, but so they're trying, and they're becoming more and more rigid, and more removed from the correctivity of praxis. Well, they want to be. They want to say that, you know, it's this. There's no argument here. That's the way it is. When there are always arguments that can be made, and it's not necessarily important, but it's unavoidable that the borders and boundaries of our people can be contested, arguably. It's not, I would agree that they're not good arguments, but for the fact that it's not avoidable, opportunity should be taken for, you know, that fallibility, for correctivity, for the agency, and thereby the homeostasis and the coherence that avails in that concession to a modicum of ambiguity there at the borders. Warranted assertability. And we're not talking about not being scientific. And this is again going to come to Bowery and MacDonald. On the contrary, operational verifiability is, and that rigor of empirical verification is at one end of the hermeneutic circularity. Now, okay, coming back to let's call it Aristotle's corrective of the speculation of the Platonic forms. Aristotle's bringing, he's reining in that speculation to the realm of scientific verification. You know, as the telos is at the end of an emergent being, in the case of creatura, humans and otherwise, from seed to fully mature being. And okay, that's, you can say that that's a theoretical trajectory. Which is verifiable in our creatures. But then when it comes to humans, Aristotle marks a difference from the world of physics and linear theory, what you call as praxis, the social world that we are ensconced. Aristotle says that we are social creatures and that our philosophy is political from the onset. And it must be, because if our politics are out of whack, then all is for naught. And you see in that observation that we are social from the start, and political as philosophers from the start, the seeds of social constructionism, where social constructionism is coming from. And he goes further to say that whereas the hard sciences and the pursuit of theory requires, now I get I've been confused in this, and I was confused in the Greg Johnson interview, and I'll detail it in a second, that epistemology, or thinking about thinking, is the means to pursue theory. I think later philosophers began thinking of change that, and to say that changed with modernity, and technology became the means to theory. Thinking about thinking was perhaps more the realm of art and expression. But anyway, be that as it may, when it comes to praxis or the social world, Aristotle held that as social creatures and creatures who are biological and therefore evolve for optimal need satisfaction, not maximal. As mammals concerned for relationships, and as thinking and reflective creatures with agency, that we can change, adapt, and our involvement in social interaction makes for a not perfectly linearly predictable set of consequences. And therefore, if we're to understand the social world, and the changes that humans are capable of, and the adaptations and the effects of interaction, to understand, we have to understand the world through what he calls phronesis, or practical judgment. You could say working hypotheses. And you have to be satisfied with that. In other words, less than perfect theory. Now, this is the kind of thing that guest worker doesn't want to accept, that Bowery doesn't want to accept. This is and you can see this spawning the pragmatist school of thought of William James, John Dewey, and the like, and some of the better ideas that they had. Correctivity, which we apply here. Okay, then. So Aristotle is reining in re-centralizing our concerns in the social world and in our nature, our human nature as social creatures. And the wisdom of his judgments that we require optimal satisfaction and balance, so on. Is why he's generally considered not only the greatest philosopher, but the greatest European ever. Generally more esteemed than, even Jesus Christ is number 2, in the polls of who Europeans value most. And for good reason. So, anyway, be that as it may, the kosher folks continue to prevail in this world of praxis, as Aristotle calls it. How so? Well, uh, slowly but surely through this religion, Christianity, that they proposed for European peoples, which was their means to overthrow Rome, obviously. And they instill these guilt trips and inspire these reactions in our people back into kind of Platonic mysticism, and at its extreme, the Cartesian detachment, which can be seen as a a quest for pure warrant, a purity spiral beyond the language games of the sophists, so to speak. Um, for science, that was and engineering. This prejudice against prejudice and super ob, quest for super objectivity was a good yielded some amazing results, and still will. For the most important concerns, our relative interests, our relationships, not as good. As I said, inherently unstable. As you move towards this quest for pure objectivity, and you narrow, and you're narrowing of social accountability, your means for correctivity and homeostasis are reduced. It's inherently unstable, as I said. Descartes was sort of on the Archimedean end, beyond nature in his quest for pure warrant. And John Locke represented the other Cartesian end, within nature. As I said, seeing the English aristocratic class as or the classifications as egregious fictions, necessarily. Looking for pure, the tabula rasa. And this idea was taken by Thomas Jefferson and made central to the American way, this individualism and group classifications being looked upon as egregious, oppressive fiction. Now, that's an important. And then, of course, this was not necessarily the greatest problem when it was mainly a story told within that within European peoples, but then it would have been kind of destructive anyway to not be able to organize social patterns well enough where they needed protection. But when it was weaponized by the YKW in the form of civil rights, which mainly meant the prohibition of freedom from association for European peoples and anti-racism, which basically meant, the prohibition of classification by European peoples and discrimination accordingly, no matter how benign and necessary. Somebody says, I want Jesus. No, I don't. No, thank you. Now, these are important. Distinctions and matters to discuss, which nobody in WN has been discussing. Even now, I've been saying this for over a decade. Extremely important. Bowery tried to prohibit me. Literally called me up, said, stay far away from talking about Descartes and criticizing Cartesianism. You're demoralizing our people. I knew it was absurd, but it's not easy when you're taking on a guy with this high-powered IQ. And the same thing he said for modernity. Oh, just like, don't criticize modernity. Well, which is basically this stems from this Cartesian apex and universalizes and runs roughshod over group differences. So of course it's a destructive thing to take on in something that calls for post-modernity. And so we're coming back to something that I wanted to say to Snorkel Blog, because Snorkel Blog was saying that he finds resonance with some of the things that the quote neo-reactionaries have been saying. Neo-reactionaries and dark enlightenment, the stuff of Curtis Yarvin, kosher guy, as I believe I well understand it, with the help of a STEM colleague of mine, Kumiko, to be precise, call my attention to the fact that this stuff of Curtis Yarvin was really was an op against STEM types to misdirect them. And it wasn't all that difficult to misdirect them for a couple reasons. They're generally out of the loop of the humanities, so they don't have the best understanding of what's supposed to be done with postmodern concepts in European interests, let's say. And also, these guys have been riding the wave and making hay with the more Cartesian and the modern concepts. So, of course, it's not surprising that someone like Bowery is going to be, and Guestwork are going to be overly protective of that stuff. Don't criticize modernity. And furthermore, because they're ignorant of what postmodernity is supposed to be doing, and the humanities are supposed to be doing, they're not going to understand that Curtis Yarvin's criticisms and his prescriptions are not the same as mine, and worse, definitely in the case of Guestworker, his will is bad. He doesn't want to acknowledge what I'm saying. And I'm afraid Bowery's been more than reluctant to acknowledge uh, the validity, let alone importance of what I'm saying. Um, and so you've got people who are willing to. Well, he's going to be, of course, Garvin's going to be promoted for his misdirection. Oh yeah, you want to be neo-traditional. You want to get into, and he's got a academic agent and other guys acting as supplicants to his jive about how you want to like re-embrace just what is it, Christianity, just because it's tradition or what have you. Um, and in other words, he's creating neo-traditionalists, the Matt Parrott types, in this kind of crap, not helping people to understand what postmodernity is supposed to do, which is to have the awareness and understanding that we take the best of tradition, of our tradition, in as much as it facilitates the reconstruction of our people, of our homeostasis. And we leave behind, of course, but we leave behind those traditions which are a hindrance, a burden, an obstruction, which are obsolete. Nor are we averse to modernity, the best advances of modernity. We simply don't, like modernists, believe that only if it's new, arbitrarily experimental and hazardous to our traditional forms and whatnot, that it must be good because it's necessarily going to lead to some, foundation, unshakable foundation. No. I suppose the bias will be somewhat in the direction of what not somewhat. It's going to be in favor of our inherited forms. We're about maintaining our species, if we're worth our salt, right? So this is what I don't think that Yarvin, and certainly not our enemies, care for you to understand. That's what postmodernity is meant to do. This is where, Dasein, Heidegger's Dasein, their being, is meant to bring you back from Cartesian estrangement back into praxeology, right? Into the re-centralization for us of our European genus and species, the re-centralization of our relative concerns. And that is structured by a left concept of unionization, which is why our enemies want us to argue against the left. They don't want us to have this concept of social organization and advocacy and compassion and concern for all our members, from marginals to our more accomplished members. So you've got this, call back to praxeology, to praxis, the decentralization of our relative interests, and correspondingly, Aristotle, Heidegger talks a lot about care in relation to Dasein. What you care about, is of course going to tend to be our relatives and our relative interests. Now, in contrast to the red cape, because the kosher folks are very attuned to what's necessary and important for the maintenance of their group. That's why they're always, very often identifying with the left. The depth grammar of the left being unionization, coalition building, social organization, social advocacy. But because they've taken these things and weaponized them against European people in the form of Marxism, which is a unionization of an international unionization of the quote workers against European nations or nations of European peoples, and then cultural Marxism, which is a unionization and coalition building of non-whites and anti-whites. And they've distorted these concepts of social advocacy and compassion beyond all reason. They're red caping it, as I said. They've and presenting it to whites in this characterology of the left. That makes a lot of sense, like as motivated by the likes of Paul Gottfried in Damage Control, paleoconservatism 2.0 and the alt-right, and then now the dissident right. They propose this characterology of the left as the enemy, and what they don't say is that our left is left ethno-nationalists in service of our people, of our praxeology, of our homeostasis, is not narrative gone wild. It's not taking leave of our senses and a void of rationality, truth, dealing with natural facts and so on. Nor are we proposing to be the proprietors of sheer objective truth. We do not deny truth. We do not deny facts. We do not deny nature and principles and the importance of these things. Moral concerns which transcend the moment. Rather, these objectivists' quests are meant to should function as feedback, crucial feedback, to be gauged against the calibration of our relative interests, a facilitating part of our homeostasis. have to adjust my leg. I had a thought there. Okay, so we're coming now to a point where actually is the beginning point of the show. Believe it or not, after all that, after an hour and 12 minutes or so. And we have this, having established this platform superior to these right-wingers, to a platform superior to, of course, to what's on offer from the boomers, what's on offer from anything that Richard Spencer is trying to slough off. It's sort of like a he's like a shedded skin of Paul Gottfried, right? He was the paleoconservatives in 2.0 with the alt-right. They shed him. But you still have the snake there with Mike Enoch and Mark Collette, right? Presenting themselves as the good guys with their favorite book, Mein Kampf, right? And David Duke. Yeah. David Duke will never say anything bad about Hitler, right? Quite articulate about the kosher folks, 1,000 times more than I will ever be, but I don't need to be that articulate. Working hypotheses are enough, and that's the point. That's what we're to come to now. These right-wingers, okay. Well, they're not wrong. They're not wrong to place concern number one with the kosher folks, right? And experience and science will bear out a genetic pattern from the ground up. Of the people who have different interests from European peoples, often indifferent to our vital concerns, sometimes downright hostile. And where they may not be particularly conflicting, well, they're still a different people. Of course, we differ from the right wingers and the Hitler folks in not being reactionary, and therefore seeing to our homeostasis and our autonomy as the correct pursuit, not a destructive, headlong reaction in trying to go to violent war. Nevertheless, not just a biological pattern, but niche occupations. Um, their influence over religion. I mean, it's having basically altercast our moral order for a couple thousand years, which is a complete absurdity. Christianity is, and it's very well Jewish, and you can listen to any number of people who might explain that. Uh, I think it's fairly obvious and doesn't need to be parsed ad nauseum as Adam Green might. Simply refer back to existing resources. As I said, I've been talking about Christianity as a false opposition, and I'm on record since 2013. I don't know who said before me. Maybe somebody said it before me, but I didn't. I was saying that before Adam Green and a red caping of our moral order. Anyway, so there are these niches, and what I'm getting to say is that it's perfectly valid to put concern number one of the maintenance of our homeostasis with the conflicting interests with the kosher folks. So religion, whether it's Christianity, Judaism, or Islam, is coming from their niche on high. Media, of course, politics, you can talk about APAC and whatever else. Money, of course, whether it's Goldman Sachs or BlackRock or the Rothschilds. Academia, naturally, huge. International business, and this is going to dovetail into the next matter of homeostasis. So let me put that off for a second. Long courts, and then we could say organizations generally, whether it's NGOs, which are also business, this corporations, but also foundations, but also unions. They're often going to exercise undue power and influence. Again, there's the international workers of the world, which is like the Marxist thing, again, making the union not the nation of people, but workers of the world united against nation states, which are to be withered away. These and unions, of course, like I was saying, unions, so to speak, of the political of the Frankfurt School kind, the non-whites and anti-whites. Now, anybody who says that these are not, it's not a valid, an eminently valid working hypothesis to say that these are, that we need to be on guard to these, to this niche power. Is a liar, naive, that sort of thing. I'm going to get away from the JQ in distinction of our platform in just a second. But let me revisit just an example. Now, we talked about, in the realm of politics, Operation Clean Break, which is the plan for the kosher plan for regime change in the nations around Israel, and apparently that includes, I would say obviously that includes Ukraine. Now here's General Wesley Clark, who himself is kosher, talking about basically having been handed the memo.
Days after 9/11, I went through the Pentagon and I saw Secretary Rumsfeld and Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz. I went downstairs just to say hello to some of the people on the Joint Staff who used to work for me. And one of the generals called me and he said, "Sir, you got to come in. You got to come in and talk to me a second." I said, "Well, you're too busy." He said, No. He says, "We've made the decision. We're going to war with Iraq." This was on or about the 20th of September. I said, "We're going to war with Iraq. Why?" He said, "I don't know." He said, "I guess they don't know what else to do." So I said, "Well, did they find some information connecting Saddam to Al-Qaeda?" He said, No. He says, "There's nothing new that way. They just made the decision to go to war with Iraq." He said, "I guess it's like we don't know what to do about terrorists, but we've got a good military and we can take down governments." And he said, "I guess if the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem has to look like a nail." So I came back to see him a few weeks later, and by that time we were bombing in Afghanistan. I said, "Are we still going to war with Iraq?" And he said, "Oh, it's worse than that." He said, he reached over on his desk, he picked up a piece of paper, he said, I just got this down from upstairs, meaning the Secretary of Defense's office today, and he said, "This is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran."
So there you have it. Now, that's Operation Clean Break. And yet, these people, Luke Ford types and so on, are going to tell you that you're absurd or a Nazi for proposing that kosher power and influence should occupy a preeminent concern in conflict with the interests of European peoples, our homeostasis. And furthermore, I'm just to add to that, where Wesley Clark is coming from, he said, "Let's not forget where the origin of the problem is. There is no place in modern Europe for ethnically pure states. That's a 19th century idea, and we're trying to transition into the 21st century. We're going to do it with multi-ethnic states." Wesley Clark, Jewish American and former NATO general. Now, that's not somebody who cares about our people. And the reason he doesn't is because he's not European. But these are the kind of people, when some people will blame, quote, America for provoking the bear in Ukraine. Well, it's not America that's doing it. It's, in this case, some combination of, well, they've got Zelensky there, and this, they've got the regime change, Operation Clean Break there, and they're maneuvering these to some extent they've been maneuvering these neo-Nazis, indeed, who are based on natural fallacy, are not prone to the correctivity and the homeostasis of their people. They're not prone to practical judgment. And Zelensky doesn't care. Let's face it, it's only European peoples that are being slaughtered here on both sides. And Putin, that's another story. That's sicko. If you don't know about, you should know about all the combination of kosher and right-wing stuff that's making for the poison of that side and the evil that he's done and is doing. I offer Putin no excuse for this. But neither do I agree whatsoever. And you'll hear this from, now Timothy Snyder is big on calling for, and others calling for more and more military aid for Ukraine to fight, the Ukrainians to fight the Russians there. Just absurd. And then you have the critics of that who don't make people like Iron Duke. So I don't care about Ukraine, and then you have these right wingers. All these people putting Ukrainian flags on their avatars, and they're just going right along with the neoliberal and neocon warmongers. They're not making an important distinction. They're not seeing the point here. Anybody, any European person who's at all good, who's at all decent, should see the Ukrainian flags going up and people supporting Ukrainian nationalism as hallelujah moment. In some way or another, these people are supporting ethno-nationalism. Damn it, that's what we want. The other stuff, yeah, the hot war, yeah, I fully agree. That is not the means to support ethno-nationalism. You fight in a different way in this case. And indeed, Bowery, coming back to Bowery and McDonald, we are aware of what's happening in Western Europe. No, we don't want Kiev to become like the suburbs of Paris or Paris at all. We know the nightmares there of these amazingly beautiful cities and people turned into a dystopian nightmare. We know that would be coming, and that's why I said play it cool, but don't engage a hot war. Okay, and be aware, right? Obviously, that war is a harvest for them, not for us. And I'm afraid I must agree, with the right wingers that in terms of what is conflicting with our borders and boundaries, that in our organization, our homeostasis, that it's a good idea to always have on your survey. First thing to check is uh, with the kosher folks with their PowerPoints and their bio pattern. Now then, where we take the hermeneutic turn, and rightfully so, for postmodern correctivity, and we don't get sucked up into, well, maybe it's even CIA misdirection, boondoggles, where everything, is just, you're doing the David Duke, where the kosher folks are just the every problem, and they try to say that Hitler was just this wonderful guy who was a man of peace, and they try to deny the Holocaust, all this stuff that they do. Mark Collette in his favorite book that he can shove up his ass. So as opposed to that reactionary thinking, that right-wing reactionary thinking, which would and does fall into the Gottfried framework of characterology of the left is not dealing with reality. You have Jared Taylor talking about, oh, they think that race is just a social construct, just this optical illusion. No, we don't. But we do deploy social constructionism and hermeneutics as the means to for praxis, for our reconstruction, for our homeostasis, and as a process to handle, to take us back to Dasein, to praxis, from the Cartesian runaway into praxis and homeostasis. The next place to look, most people of any sense and any concern, on some instinctual level, are not going to be averse to this. Is with our traders and the people who are, or people who don't care, the people who are our people who are betraying our boundaries, who are screwing us over. And those are going to be right-wingers, neoliberals, and plain liberals. And that's what I've been describing accurately and very pointedly, but not fully. The common ground is taking for granted an underlying belief, which is pandered to by the YKW, especially now, that whatever success that they have is sheerly objectively merited, and they owe little of account and responsibility to their group of people, when in fact they're absolutely indebted. But they want to believe that they have what they have. And it's a simple belief. It simplifies life to think this way. That they're objectively merited. And particularly since 2008, the kosher folks encourage this right-wing identity. That's or liberal identity, or neoliberal identity. Because they want to tell a story, like Luke Ford wants to tell this story about their objective merit of their hegemony now in these niches that I was talking about. And so the left is the enemy. Anybody who, especially if European peoples would organize against their elite power, i.e. unionize and build coalitions and do social advocacy and organization. That's why they want the left to be the enemy. And they're all going along with it. That serves to deflect attention, again, from the second big problem when it's all the left and the kosher folks. When you're David Duke and you're Mark Collette, you're not looking at the vulnerabilities and the disingenuous folks from our part, which this platform is always prepared to do. Now, I don't know how many of you are aware of the talks by John Perkins of the Confessions of an Economic Hitman. But he makes things awfully clear how the corporatocracy, and these are going to be mostly, coming out of America, these are going to be mostly white people, not kosher people, although it's going to be them too, of course, disproportionately. But this is where the people who don't really are right-wingers and those who are not operating in our group interests are expressing themselves and their power and enriching themselves in a way, in a non-corrective way, in a way that is not accountable. Apparently, they see themselves as Schmittian sovereigns or something, right? The exceptions. Anyway, the corporatists are imperialists, not nationalists, like us. They are enemies to our interests. And what Perkins is describing is how these economic hitmen like him go into a resource-rich but backward country like Iran has been, like some Southeast Asian nation has been, whatever, or South American country. And rather than allowing this country to develop as a sovereign, left ethno-national state, which is the proper, healthy way, what they will do is they will say to the head of state, well, you have two options. You can either take this huge loan and a huge amount of money for yourself and for your kids to educate themselves at Harvard or whatever, and we'll help you, with some infrastructure and other industrial development for extracting the resources that you've got. You could take this loan, in which case you will be a debt slave to us, or we'll kill you. You'll be assassinated. This has been happening, right? And of course, the ones who resisted were assassinated, and the ones who took the loan from the IMF and whatever have put their countries into debt, into a neo-feudalist relationship to the corporatists, the international corporatists, and to the point where even if the corporatists start owning things, even like vital national resources, or claiming them when they can't pay the debt from these nations. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't need to see these kind of shenanigans as part and parcel of the white way of doing things, the Aryan way of doing things. This is garbage. Now, and Perkins adds that this conduct has been oblivious to ecological concerns as well as social justice, and I don't doubt that for a second. He claims that it's sheer greed, and I don't doubt that that's a large part of it. As I'm saying, that these right wingers who are not accountable to our people, this is one of their big incentives. Just for the liberals, it's the payoff is tends to be more licentiousness, carrying on in whichever sexual way that they might want. It's a bit more the thing, whereas money is the kind of right-wing characteristic. And for the kosher folks, already having enough money as they do, it's as people are saying, it's not even necessarily money, just control, power control. That's why they'll make disgusting movies, even if they're not profitable, as long as it subverts our homeostasis. Um, but here's the point: is that this platform, because it is superior to all other platforms out there, just slots in right away these revelations of John Perkins uh, as an economic hitman on behalf of the international corporatists, but adds the all important, other hand, how they're the view towards kosher power and influence as well. Because we're not doing one or the other. We're not looking at it like, oh, it's the kosher. They're not a problem. It's all the corporatists and the right wingers. But we're not doing the other either, like the David Dukes and so on will do. Oh, it's all the kosher folks. I mean, if you're not taking into account where our people are screwing up, then really, what good are you? No, that's just that's the right wing, the corporate expression of right wingism. You can have the the Nazi expression too, which is natural fallacy. But it's all again coming back to, as I've been saying right along, the most incisive point, which is they're basing this on objectivism as right wingers, on sheer objectivism, not calibrated against our relative interests, not accountable to our social group interests and our relative social group interests, and boundaries. They see themselves somehow beyond that. Someone like Richard Spencer will always like be averse to that. There's, fucking snob that he is. He wants to to promote internationalism. Here he's saying, you're talking about Bowery talking about how it might be good if our cities were nuked, and you have Richard Spencer saying, well, we need this this threat of death and war. It's a good thing, and we need NATO and everything. It's a natural right winger. Is it natural to be a fool and know a shedded snake skin for Gottfried Paliacon? Okay. So where was I? Okay, I'm gonna let's put in the I'll put in the link. So the point is this: because we, unlike other people, are deploying the postmodern turn as it's supposed to be, availing ourselves of social constructionism and its agency and accountability and social accountability to our not only inherited forms, our social capital, our genetic capital, because we are deploying hermeneutics as it's supposed to be in this process of inquiry. We're not stuck in reaction to the sophistry of the kosher folks, nor are we, for that matter, stuck looking at the corporatists or, yeah, I mean, or trying to fix on a pure consonance with nature, like Semiagog does, or even Bowery and Gastworker could be said to be guilty of that. Just so. Reactionary to the language games that they want to get somehow beyond words and into the pure mood signs of the wolves or something. Anyway, we're not stuck on the corporate, so we're not stuck on our own. We're not stuck exactly on our own traders. We're not stuck on the kosher folks, though we do see those as, generally speaking, concern number 1 and 2, or concern number 1A and 1B. Which is first doesn't even necessarily matter. They're both right there. And we can will move from there to concerns with African biopower and its looming imposition, as the guy from Lisbon was saying. You're saying Lisbon's going black and the crime is exploding there. So we take up our unionization and what it means for civic membership, what it means to be a citizen. It's not available to just anybody. And the benefits and the leverage of our social collective are not available for just anybody. Doesn't matter if they're physically in the mix in the city. You're a member of a different nation with this concept. Our people have our support. But that's, we're not going to fool ourselves and blind ourselves. When Norvin does, for example, so I'm white pilled about Africans. Are you really? Some of these people who think that the homies are not a big problem. They need to spend some time living with them. Anyway, so we're not going to be of this mindset that, if we just have to do the Hitler thing with the kosher folks, and then everything will be okay. First of all, are you really going to succeed in doing that? Or are you as likely to get us killed? And then, in the meantime, do you really think that the homies are so easy to deal with? Well, they're not so easy to deal with. Anyway, in this hermeneutic process of attending to our borders, that would be another thing that we would look at. Then we would look at other Abrahamic religions, Christianity and Islam, and how they're wreaking havoc with our borders. We could look, and then, and do you see how it's important, this hermeneutic circulating process of inquiry? And then we're moving on to another matter of how modernity has distorted gender relations through distortions and weaponizations of feminism, for example, and how uh, it's become toxic. The expectations of self-actualization have become toxic, particularly for men who are unsupported and unsustained on basic levels. Look about how that quest is rupturing our borders and bounds as well. And you know what? People should be listening to this. I don't even care if I'm not getting the attention I should. Listen to it later. Or I guess I know that what I'm saying makes important sense. But you see, anyway, how this process of inquiry, properly understood, how important it is, and how we're not going to get so misdirected into runaway because we have these corrective structures in place. Um, Checking my notes here. Let's see if I've already talked about that. You know, citizenship, the matter of citizenship is really the surgical matter of concern. When we establish, by means of some unionization, something exactly like that, who is a citizen of sorts of our theoretical nation, then we begin to have the power to control who will benefit from the leverage of our collective social resource. And it won't require absurd wishes for collapse scenarios like Bowery's talking about. Like, oh, maybe we'll do better if these cities were nuked, or maybe we need to declare war. No, we need to declare. Not declare. We need to have our people, anybody who's worth their salt, declare the unionization on the basis of that. We want these genes to be protected, our species to be protected, our genus to be protected, so that certain numbers and qualities are maintained. And then I dare say that with that assurance, that there'd be less conflict with others because we'll be more secure. But these right wingers and they're pretty sure these STEM people. I mean, they look at someone like guest worker will look at the mind body problem. You know, is it a problem really? Have you ever heard of the word coevolution? Can you cope with the idea of joint activity in construction? Apparently not. Bowery again. He thinks that he almost desperately wants this all to be an aversion to science, and a disparagement of science. Again, even when I talked with McDonald, or tried to talk to McDonald, he's saying, "Well, hermeneutics is anti-science." No, it's not anti-science. It's anti-scientism. It offers correctives to bad science and bad applications of science, which there are. For example, in Spencer Wells saying we're all Africans under the skin. Well, no, we're not. Not really. We're evolved from Africans at some point, but it's not. There's a whole lot in between of evolution going on in between. So that no, we're not really deep down all just Africans. That's scientism. And hermeneutics, which takes into account history and the breadth of perspective and our conceptual understanding, will correct that kind of scientific absurdity and its destruction. So when I say that, so when I'm critiquing modernity, I'm not wrong. I'm understanding the better philosophy that's going on that Bowery doesn't want to appreciate. Same with Cartesianism. I'm saying that Cartesian points can't be deployed in microwave technology or something. It's that you don't want to get stuck there in a concern that is detached from our relative concerns, our care, our with our people. When not against science, operational verifiability and warranted assertability thereof is one of the important ends of inquiry. I wanted to add one more point about science there. Oh, and after all, we're talking under the rubric of the DNA nations. So it's not exactly as if we are, with the politically correct, throwing Watson and Crick under the bus, are we? No, we are tickled pink with scientific accomplishments and revelations such as the double helix and the Human Genome Project. Ever reconstructing this sort of thing as a part of our hermeneutic circulating inquiry, our homeostasis. Um, let's see if anybody's in the chat. Oh, Mirth Baron's here. Hi, Mirth. How you doing?
Evening. Hope you're well.
Great. Good to see you. Snorkel Blog said he can't be here this weekend, but he'll be here next weekend. So hopefully we could have the three of you on at once. That'd be great. Those are three. You guys are going to, if not save the world, you're going to save us. You're going to save our people and our
Well,
comments.
hopefully that's the plan, isn't it?
Definitely. And I have full confidence in you to do it, because you're all brilliant, all great men.
Well, it's very kind of you.
Did you hear? I don't know if you heard last time we had a Portuguese guy in the audience saying that Lisbon's going black. This is the first I've heard about that. Have you heard anything like that?
No, but it's not surprising when you understand that they basically want the Brazilification of the world, really. But yeah, it's unfortunate if that is the case. It's a bit of an understatement.
Oh yeah, and actually Brazil is a Portuguese-speaking nation, so maybe there would be some backwash from that. Some kind of easy flow from the sort of mulattoes of Brazil into Portugal proper. They speak the same language.
Yeah, the language barrier is the big one, really.
But the things that they don't have a barrier there, because all Brazil speaks Portuguese.
I mean that's what I mean. If they, as you say, if they can just come in and they speak the same language, they can be integrated. To use that awful word. I've noticed
yeah, that is an awful. I'm glad you see that as an awful word. People they infuriate me when they use it like it's. Oh, I just wanted the foreigners to integrate. No.
It's conflict avoidance, which you can understand to a degree, but I mean, that just gets you killed if you do that.
Absolutely.
I'm seeing on British television, on the news, and other programs, they're getting like quite well-to-do or quite middle-class sort of black people or mixed race sort of mulatto people, and they speak very good English, and like they're very posh, and I think the regime are sort of saying like, yes, they're just like you, there's no, it's insidious,
It's horrible. Oh, but man, of course, and it's true. There are black people who are much more articulate than I am, whipping out words that it's like, oh wow, I haven't used that word in 10 years.
Oh, but even a lot of I loathe and detest hip hop and rap, but there's definitely some wordsmithery and skill involved there.
Oh yeah,
no doubt.
Amazing. Although, what's his name? the 8 Mile guy, Eminem, he can match them in that ability. I mean, I heard him do this one rap was like super fast. It was just amazing, like blinding speed.
Yeah, he's made some interesting tracks. Yeah, I do try and engage the whole culture. Like I find some people they're so jaded and like toughened by the world, like they won't even like listen to any jazz if it's black or whatever. They won't like, you know. You've got to have a broad range. You've got to have an eclectic range with these things when you and when you engage with them. I think.
Well, it's like it's a thing. I think that if we had when I was back in the VOR days, we had a musicologist who was explaining that um, black music, you know, the blues and that they excel in, and that sort of thing, and these very repetitious sorts of music that they make affect the part of the brain that is prone to addiction, and so it's almost like an opiate or a sugar fix. So I think that people do have to be a bit careful um, to try to maintain some detachment. So even though it's ridiculous to say or to pretend in a way that you don't like jazz, or you as in me don't like jazz or blues or the Four Tops or whatever, for a time, just to get away from it. It's probably a good thing, even though to at least for a time until you're sure that you have control over it and you recognize that good as some of their music obviously is, it's not worth it. Or to have that detachment to recognize that, you know, it's you know, we were saying this before. And is music worth your is it worth your wife? Is it worth, you know, having to live with the homies? You shouldn't think so.
The classic one is food. If people talk about cuisine,
Yeah,
cuisine, these people bring it's like okay, but you know,
that's what all the restaurants, right? That's the classic. Although I don't think that soul food restaurants are very popular.
yeah, probably not.
They
But
mainly offer music and sports.
Snorkel just talking about that in Japan, wasn't it? How the Japanese send these chefs to various places to cook non-Japanese food and do it quite well, I think.
Oh yeah, he did say that. And they do. There's a lot of clever ways the Japanese have of maintaining their national boundaries while playing along with internationalism somehow. They have a cunning way of doing it. Kumiko would often explain that to me. Yeah, I look very much forward to having Snorkel blog aboard as a regular member. I hope that comes about. He wrote me recently, you know, just like, "Oh, I'm sorry I can't be here today, this weekend, but I will be there next weekend." And he looks forward to talking to you and to Per. Per, I already know is very cool.
It's quite hard on but any time, especially on the weekend, if you've got sort of kids or just how busy people are these days, trying to
Well,
organise.
you guys gotta, I'm eminently flexible. You guys got to let me know when you can do it. I don't know. I've been sort of in the habit of doing Sundays. I can do it any day of the week. That's good for you guys. Doesn't matter to me. Depends on. It's not always easy to coordinate 3 at once, but it should be possible sometime. You said Saturdays were good for you, right?
So for me, I mean, I just got a new job, and I might be doing some forklift driving, which might be quite fun. But I
It
don't
is
know.
kind of fun, but
It'll be-
that takes some skill, though. I mean, I was doing a forklift drive at Budweiser, and I had a pallet full of cases of beer, and man, I was so close to dropping that whole pallet and smashing it all. Just barely did not. It's a skill, forklift driving.
Yeah, I guess it depends on what you're carrying and how the weight distribution and the space on the pallet and the rest of it. But
I made that foreman sweat because really it was like that pallet of those cases were swaying.
They probably snapped too high. Maybe I'm not sure.
I don't know, but he thought that I was a regular, and this was like my first or second day of driving a forklift. I didn't smash it. I did what I had to do.
No, fair enough. No, my point was.
Yeah. So you're working weekends?
Well, yeah, I will be, but I don't. It might be a Sunday or Saturday. So, in other words, I'll join you if I can, but I may not be able to. Basically.
Okay. Well, I don't have your email. I would like to. Is it possible?
No, I'll shoot that. I'll shoot that in the private chat. Yeah.
Like I said, just let me know when a good guess. Anyway, I'm not going to hold you to it. It's not like a big problem if you can't make it. But if you can provide a good guess as to a good time and day for you, I'll certainly try to coordinate that.
What's the time difference between here and home? It's not that much, is it?
1 hour.
Oh, it's 1 hour. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. So probably for me, it'd be like probably the weekdays, any time past sort of 6, half 6, give or take.
Oh, that's easy to do. Like 7 o'clock or 7 or 8 o'clock at night here, and 6:30 or 7 o'clock at night for you. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
that's
easy to do.
fine.
I don't know how well that would work for the Snorkel blog is going to be 8 hours ahead of you though, so it might not be good for him. It wouldn't be good for him. It's just gonna be like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, it's as I say, it's tricky with these different time zones.
Let's see. What if you could do it late enough? How late are you capable of staying up at night?
I'm quite the night owl, but it's just got to be a bit careful in terms of audio, noise levels, I guess. But
so if you could do it like 12 o'clock at night your time, that would be 8 o'clock in the morning for him, which should be okay.
I could probably do that.
But then again, that might not be good for Per. Married guy with a young son now. So, but maybe 11 o'clock. We'll see. We'll figure it out. Maybe we can't have all 3 at once. But we'll figure it out. Or maybe there will be a time on a weekend, because weekends, if it's a weekend morning and you're free, then it's only the afternoon in Japan, and that could work all around.
Yeah, that might be better. Yeah,
Like a Saturday, like a Saturday morning. We'll see. Did you see any of the fights between Mark Collette and Richard Spencer?
No. Is it interesting? Is it spicy? Is it?
Yeah, Richard Spencer didn't hold up too well. And they're trying to present Colette like he's this, like, you know, like he's this choir boy or something. What's his name is all about him. No White Guilt, Jason Cohn, and I don't think so. It's confirming to me how important this platform is, because even though they do a lot right, Jason and what's the other guy that he's with, the red-haired guy, does
The
good
right
music.
order, I think.
Yeah, new the Great Order, whatever. His music is good, but and they have they do some things right. They have some content right, but when they are, when they're a bit too tight with the likes of Mark Collette and David Duke and then like that, it just goes to show that this platform is necessary to handle the full scope of concerns and to not get misdirected into stupid reactionary positions, even though they're accusing Richard Spencer of that for good reason. They're not they don't have a clean bill of health on that either.
Yeah, I'll have to watch that. I used to watch a lot of sort of European nationalist streams, but I don't tend to watch that many these days.
No, not a lot, but I'll check on it because I basically want to see how they're fucking up, and it provides for good compare and contrast to show how this platform is functioning much better. And I started off the show, you probably didn't hear it. I was talking about Bowery had a conversation with Kevin McDonald, and I'm disappointed in both of them because I pretty much tried even to put them at the helm of the DNA Nations project in both cases. Kevin McDonald actually asked me if he could, I presented him with the DNA Nations statement, which is about 1,000 words. He asked me if he could edit it, and then he was gonna put it on Occidental Observer, and then for some reason got talked out of, or talked himself out of doing it, got talked out of doing it. And as you recall, I'm sure, I begin the whole statement with Bowery and his idea of the laboratory of states. Again, because I tried to put him at the helm of it, knowing that he is kind of like egotistical enough so that that might be a way of getting him to participate, but didn't. And I don't think that there's good reasons in either case. I discussed it earlier in the show.
I caught a little bit of that about Barry wanting to nuke our cities and start over again.
Yeah.
Accelerate.
I think, whereas I think that, establishing a new sense of citizenship through unionization would be a much more incisive approach. That way, even if our people were somehow entangled in the cities, that they could be free of being weighted down and having the resources siphoned off for other folks. We could use our own collective leverage for our interests. And I think it's clearly a better way than hoping for nuclear holocaust.
Yeah, and also think like if I don't know if he was saying like he or like his regime would do that to their own cities, you know, it's like mad. Like all that destruction and destruction of architecture and all the rest of it. It just seems like almost desperate, really.
Yeah. Right wingers. So anyway, I'm not averse to them coming around. And the last time I spoke to McDonald via email, which was about 3 weeks ago, he did say, "Well, if you get it together, I might endorse it." So I mean, it's just, I think that it's partly a function of snobbery, PhD and all. Well, I think that he would endorse it, but it's a shame that he's not. He really should have been working with this with me and others. 10 years ago now. But anyway, better late than never.
On the Occidental Observer would be that's pretty highbrow, really, I think. I don't know how many readers they get.
Well, a lot more than Majority Rights was getting, and yeah, enough. It's not, I don't lament it for my sake. I lament it for the sake of, our people, that it doesn't have broader reach yet. So I don't see popularity in marketing as my particular niche. I'm just trying to get the fundamentals in order, and having done that, and seeing how this platform is holding up and making consistent sense, I feel like I've already done what I most needed to do, what I set out to do. Now we're getting to a point of implementation, and I have confidence in you guys to to help things along and to provide corrections where need be and so on.
Yeah, I'd like to. A big form of activism is just talking to people in a calm and coherent manner, not getting too intense or sort of flustered or even angry about it, which is easy to do about these topics. It has happened to me on occasion. It wouldn't really happen now, but it has. When I first came into this, I wanted to scream from the rooftops about the stuff that I was finding out, and how either people didn't know, or they mostly didn't know. Some didn't really care.
Well, you guys are going to can help a real lot in that regard, because you're much more calm than for me. I've come from like a family of emotional tumult, and I think part of the particularly in the days when our voices were shut out and we had nobody to talk to about these things to confirm of our concerns and ideas. At least for me, I looked upon rage and emotion as a way of sort of marking out a map, sort of mapping ideas so that I wouldn't forget, so that I know that I'm not crazy, because they're not being acknowledged. If you're kind of loud and intense in your articulation of these things of yourself, that's like I said, you're kind of creating a map that you can refer to, whereas where you're not getting feedback from others. That was my sort of like excuse to myself, or for times when I was overly emotive, and I got too much into that habit, and strong emotions are not the same as they can be helpful at times. They're certainly not. They can also interfere with
Oh yeah.
with rational negotiation of the problems at hand.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Rational negotiations. I mean, negotiation. I mean, just for instance, like I love Bowden, some of like the power of Bowden speeches and of like Enoch Powell and another slightly naughty figure. Like it was convincing that it's people realise this is someone who's sincere. You know, they're not
Yeah.
lying. We're trying to deceive them.
Well, those are some amazing orators and brilliant men you're invoking there for sure.
You know, like Rockwell and
Enoch Powell, yeah, super smart.
Oh, there, yeah. And like Rothwell, and he was quite a deep orator, but also quite funny as well. He had this sort of quite wicked humour about him.
I agree.
And that's useful. A lot of our people can be a little bit too dour, a little bit too what's the word? Humorless quite often, not always, but
Well, that was. I mean, that was. I mean, how to say this? One of the cool things about Rockwell was that he, with his Hitlerisms and swastikas and so on, this was sort of like a tour de force. It was like a provocation, and that it was something that he did in large part before. This was something you almost had to do, or he felt like he had to do in the days before internet, where we didn't have voice. So he would get attention that way, shock people, a bit shocking, and then he was a marketing guy to begin with. That was his profession, and then once he had people's attention, he would be there, speaking before the audiences at Brown University in repose with his, with a pipe and calmly discussing the matters. It was, people were expecting a ranting Nazi. Instead, they've got like this guy articulating the matters with rational precision.
Did you see the one where he had like a little truck? If that's what you call it, and it was the hate box.
Yeah, it's hysterical. God hates race mixing, and
race mixing, communism, and all this stuff.
Yeah, and then the other great tour de force of Rockwell is like everybody's all the kosher folks are pushing for integration, so he gets a bunch of Nazi-clad cohorts, and they go and sit themselves down in the synagogue. You wanted integration? Here you go. Here's your integration.
Oh, brilliant!
It was funny. That's what TT was saying. It's like you could have fun with this stuff. Of course, no, I don't want to be misunderstood about. I'm not. Like a lot of people who are like enmeshed with the National Socialist stuff, they have a lot of good ideas, but I don't need to belabor the point that I don't think it's good to be to carry on with that stuff. I'm told that he was planning on dropping that altogether. But yeah, I mean, his nonsense. I think that you were making the point of his that he was there was an ironic distance and a humor about it that was, whereas Pierce, by contrast, was not quite so. I mean, he might have been funny too, but not in his public presentation. It was a bit almost too serious and literal minded about it all.
Yeah, he was. He would be less approachable in the street or what have you, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. All right, so this is the problem with these. But Pierce goes to show the problem with these right wingers. They can be brilliant, no doubt, uh, but he's scientific and um, making, well, he's lending to those who are making sort of the Hitler take that, the solution to the JQ is just like, that's the only thing, and that really bears focus, or too much so. And Pierce he would talk about the homies and that sort of thing too, but definitely too right wing in all the ways that I said, and Metzger would criticize him that way too. But also, one thing that I've found when it comes to Pierce, and I'm not saying he's not worth listening to. He's brilliant, but I have found that it's almost invariable, and anybody around today who can't let go of Hitler and insists on Hitler redemption, they almost invariably have come by way of Pierce. And that's not a good thing.
No, I agree.
No, including even people like Greg Johnson, and it's part of why I appreciate so much Metzger and where he was coming from. He helped open up this Vista. He gave it, he made it okay to criticize the right wing. He was always criticizing the right wingers. Get out of the right. And so that's where I began developing this perspective. And it's been great. It's making perfect sense. I'm really happy with the way it works, and I don't know, he just provided an excellent lead.
And very approachable and sort of mirthful, quite funny too.
Absolutely funny, and absolutely intelligent, and also well read. He didn't have some of the advantages of hobnobbing with some of the academics that I have, but just a really good guy, really smart, and he was onto something when he was critical. He was not critical in a hostile sense with Pierce, but he was critical in a theoretical sense. It was a bit more hostile with David Duke, but in both cases he would criticize them for being right wingers, and rightfully so. And now he accused David Duke of being possibly a CIA asset. And when I hear the talk of John Perkins and Confessions of an Economic Hitman, I realize it's possible that he's trying to make everything, it's an op to put just everything on the Jews, so that these shenanigans that the CIA has been up to in their empire building through debt enslavement of third world nations is that attention is diverted from that egregious conduct, which would be, certainly something in our people to be reined in and corrected, no doubt.
Yeah, that's an interesting book. I've read some of it, not all of it. Pretty revealing. It was lampooned by a lot of people because I think it was one where he was sort of really truth-telling about the regime, how they operate.
Which ones? Confessions of an Economic Hitman?
Yeah, by Perkins.
Yeah. What were the critics saying?
It was a while since I read them. It was something like, this is, they were questioning the veracity of it, and saying that it's not really how economics works. But I think they were just trying to do damage control, was the impression that I got, really.
Mm.
And the regime, they don't want us using words like corporatocracy or plutocracy. They don't want you knowing about these words and using them.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the old saying, money talks, or follow the money. And yeah, it's a dreadful way of doing things, but very effective.
And it makes a lot of sense, though. What it really does about what's been happening and how. But then again, like I was saying, I began the discussion with, I make even with that, I make these right wingers, and that's what I'm calling the right wingers and neoliberals, and that's what I'm calling the corporatists and the corporatocracy. It doesn't, I'm not going to allow Mark Collette or David Duke say that I'm not placing attention to the kosher folks as position number one. Like I said, they occupy the niches of religion, of media, of politics, of money, of academics, of international business, of law and courts, of not just international business, but other NGOs, and organized crime, and just anything organized. Unionization, like I said, they've red caped the idea of the left with the Marxist union of international workers against our ethno nations, which are supposed to wither away at the end. And then the Frankfurt School unionizations of the politically correct, the non-whites and the anti-whites. And then I played the clip of Wesley Clark talking about how he's handed the clean break memo, which is not only operating in the Middle Eastern countries for regime change, but also obviously through Ukraine. They've got the regime change. They've got Zelensky there. He's calling for war. And now everybody is, and the Zog regime, of course, is calling for war. Even Timothy Snyder.
These names, they pop up. I mean, I've got a quote here. I'm assuming it's real. It sounds like somebody would say, Wesley Clark. Let's not forget what the origin of the problem is. There is no place in modern Europe for ethnically pure states. That's a 19th century idea, and we are trying to transition into the 21st century, and we are going to do it with multi-ethnic states.
Right, and I don't mind at all you're reading that again, even though I read it earlier. The same quote earlier. No, there's no need to apologize. That's, hey, we're postmodernists. We're not we're not something that doesn't have to be new or not heard before in order to be good.
I mean, there's a lot you can say about that. One of the interesting things, he specifically says Europe. This is like, he's not talking about sort of, the Far
Good
East
point.
or the Middle East, whatever. It's like, we have to get the white man. That's what this is about.
Good point. Good point. And, so I'm not at all saying that it's all, we just have to all look at the, I'm not going to be told that I'm saying that it's all the right wingers and the corporatists that we have to look at by themselves, that it's a distraction to pay attention to the kosher folks. No, not at all. I think that they're pretty much problem number 1A in terms of our border and boundary maintenance, and or 1B. It's interchangeable, which is first, our traitors or our adversaries. They're both bad, but yeah, that's it's an excellent point. But the problem is that our right wingers like Iron Duke, he's saying like, oh, these people, they can't even find Ukraine on the map, and all these people they have with their Ukrainian flags. Well, we should be really happy that people are, even if just like sort of accidentally, adopting these Ukrainian flags, because they're supporting ethno-nationalism, and it's not the same as okay, it's not the same as supporting engaging in a hot war against Russia. That's what, of course, not America per se, but Zog interests in connection with these right-wing sellouts are doing. And people aren't making that distinction, and that distinction has to be made. That doesn't mean that it's not naive to put the Ukrainian flag on your avatar as a means of support. It's a great thing. Yeah, we know that bad things would be coming from the West. We're not Richard Spencer. We know we don't want Kiev to become another Paris nightmare. But by the same token, supporting ethno-nationalism is something more fundamental than that, and of course that's what we want.
Of course, my critique of what you just said is I do think a lot of it is they're just supporting Ukraine because they don't want war. They want to stop the suffering. I don't think they really would like, say, some of the liberal tendencies of many Ukrainians. And I think there's, like a lot of liberals, like they want the kind of world to be the same. They want people to think like them. Like, for instance, I don't, they would be happy if Ukraine turned into sort of parts of Paris or, like many of our cities. So you got to be a little bit careful there. But yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
No, yes, of course, a lot of them, most of them wouldn't care. But the flag, but the point is, the flag itself is that's nationalism. And they're acknowledging, to some extent, their right to exist as a nation distinct from Russia. And then, it's incumbent upon us to enhance the idea that, and distinct from the catastrophe of Paris as well. That's more complicated, and that's why we were saying that it would be a better option for a time for them to have a Russian stooge like Lukashenko, as opposed to being full throttle under the auspices of the Western pause. Because my time spent in Lvov in Ukraine, there was already, you could you could see it. They were softening up. I have one video up there. I'm in some hamburger joint, and they're playing this horrible rap music. So they're already bringing in the corporate pause. It's true. But but Putin is quite the other extreme indeed.
Yeah, of course, I'm not saying I agree with that, that KGB weasel and the invasion and all the rest of it, but it's
I know what you were saying. No problem. That's like, that's the cool thing about talking to you guys. I'm not used to talking to intelligent people. So, like, it's a bit of a digression, but just to give you an example, it's like I'm talking about the underlying meaning of the hippies as Dasein, and I'm seeing a monument of 56,000 dog tags representing the American boys killed there in Vietnam. By contrast to academic agent who tries to say that the hippies were a astroturf movement. That there was no organic thing about the hippies, as if not wanting to die in Vietnam is not an organic motive. Well, yes, wanting to be is indeed in Dasein, their being, as opposed to getting torn up in this corporate tradition, or this this whatever, this war for Michelin tires, is indeed a profound motive and central to this very day, as something that we need to assert and establish our right to be, our right to existence as white men, and extend that to Mit Dasein, being amidst our people, which was not under threat in Vietnam. But anyway, what I wanted to come to is that not being used to talking to intelligent people. Per Norden raised a critique, just like you did a moment ago, saying that, well, the hippies were taught to be overly disrespectful of their parents, and I had to stop my tracks for a second, because that was true. There was too much of that. Now, I would push back there. The thing is that was actually just, I was impressed because that was an intelligent remark that you wouldn't normally hear. I mean, the normally the criticisms of hippies are stupid shit. That was not really true. They were all about free love. That they were that was their fault. When that was, of course, Herbert Marcuse and Freud, or that they were about civil rights, which they were not. That was the yippies and the kosher, more kosher folk stuff. But this was true, that they were overly critical, and that was kind of reflective of the European element, because in Europe, the hippies were more gauged against the generational habit of war. So when you had the Beatles in A Hard Day's Night, saying, being, cringe, embarrassingly abusive to this old guy on a train, saying, we fought the war for you. There was a legitimate reason to be overcompensating in skepticism or rather resistance to the idea of the tradition and habit of war. That was good, but they took it too far. They were absolutely abusive to this man. And the Beatles are so popular that this would model, a cool way to be to an older generation, which was bad. Although strong medicine against the older generation's habit of war was in order, this was not tempered enough. On the other hand, there is a difference. There was a difference between the European motives for the hippies as that generational thing and the American motive, which was much more directly organic for the Vietnam draft and the being toward death that they were threatened with. So, although there was the generational conflict too.
You've talked about the expendability of men and how the regime view that, and like is the meme, because I'm a little bit dim on the hippie situation and the 60s and the social sort of counter-cultural movement, but was the meme was like, if you don't set the draft, you're a hippie, you're not part of the team sort of thing.
Oh yeah, and the thing is that they were manifesting, really the most fundamental concern and motive for white people in our historical situation, that is our right to be, their being, and being amidst our people. And they were not articulate of it at all. I had to put together bits and pieces of that to gather that. And of course, the kosher folks are never going to foster that articulation. And they're going to try to say, it was all about civil rights. It was all about free love. It was all about drugs. And this is why I get so angry when I hear academic agent talking about it, because he doesn't know what he's talking about. You say, "Oh, I read a book, and the hippies they were just this very minor phenomenon confined to 1 square mile in San Francisco and 1 square mile in Soho." No, they were all over the place, and not just in universities, but in high schools, and they were not Marxists. Matter of fact, the Marxists were famously frustrated by them because these were middle-class kids who didn't want to die, and were obviously manifesting rebellion against strictures of manhood that would see them as units, crew-cutted units to be, sent off to war, expendable to die. So intrinsically valueless as to be expendable. As in a sense, Zelensky is forbidding men from leaving Ukraine. They have to fight in his war. to be cannon fodder in the kosher harvest there. I think that I approve of them fighting, but I think they should fight in a different way. Timothy Snyder tries to say that, the Ukrainians are going to fight whether we like it or not. It's just a matter of whether we supply them with arms or not. Well, no, I mean, there are different ways to fight a war, even to conceive of a war, and I definitely don't agree with this way that they're doing it.
Indeed, and as we were talking about a few weeks back about sort of, on the one hand you want to support Ukrainians, but I'm not sure if people realise, particularly by sending military aid, how long and how this could escalate to the scale it could escalate. How many more Mariupols do you want? How much more destruction do you actually want? I don't, because it's very easy to sort of send money or send aid digitally or at your local sort of village hall or what have you. It's very different to do that and to actually be on the front lines. I saw a picture. It was a professor who was teaching something about tourism. He was in a trench in like full deer. And I thought that was very admirable. But on the other hand, I just thought this is like insane that people in the West are like supporting this.
Definitely. And none of that is to excuse Putin. It's just to say that Zelensky's treatment is irresponsible, and those who are backing him and calling him a hero are irresponsible. There are ways to finagle Putin. He's not going to live forever anyway. So that he can feel placated, I suppose, and we can salvage enough of Ukraine so that the core is there for a viable ethno-state. They do have to maintain Odessa, but I think even where Russia makes further incursions, I think that they've been offensive enough so that the antibodies of ethno-nationalism for the Ukrainians are firmly established.
Do you think this will go on? It's hard to know. I haven't really followed it at all in quite some time. Have you been following it?
Have I been following the progress of the war? Pretty much, yeah. It does get a bit murky when you see and for a time when you see things presented from those who favor the Russians, Patrick Lancaster, what have you, is entrenched with the Russians, and they're talking to Russians who are very happy for the Russian army being there, and talking about how Russian people have been killed by Ukrainian artillery. And for a moment, you almost start to sympathize with their with them. But then no, and as more comes out with what's happened to the Ukrainians and the Asian mercenaries that they brought in, and the brutality that they're visiting upon the Ukrainians, just no, definitely not. But part of that does have to be in Zelensky's approach. What is this crap? The guy must have been hipped up on a ton of cocaine to be so stupid. And then all these militarists from the West are like, oh yeah, we got to supply him with all these arms.
Well, if it is true that it is just like he's just a US puppet and it's run from the US embassy, and he's protected, I guess he doesn't really care. I mean, we know what he is. You know, he's not going to have any kind of real care for Ukrainians. So in a way, it's almost like a theatre, I suppose, a kabuki show. I don't know.
Well, be sure to make the distinction between Zog and US proper. It's like, you know.
Yeah, of course.
It is a bit frustrating when people don't make that distinction, because Zelensky, Victoria Nuland, Robert Kagan, the whole Zog government there.
When in our circles when people talk about the US, yeah, it is Zog. It is like the US empire. It's unfortunate that's how it is, but yeah, you are right. It's just been loose with words, I guess. It's just easy. It's the brevity mostly.
God forgives you.
Yeah, I find it quite jading to not only to follow all of this, but when you're like trying to decipher the media and what's truthful and what's exaggerated and what's downright untrue. It's mentally exhausting, I find, and I think it's meant to be. I think I forget there's some quote about from someone, some political figure about modern politics and media. It's meant to like annihilate the truth. It's meant to be tedious and this type of thing.
Yeah, I believe that, and a lot of what they do in order to smooth things over in the so-called democracy is to have people pay attention to trivial things. I guess, like you said, they exhaust them on these heavy issues, so that you just want to just like and turn your attention to non-serious matters.
Probably one of the best examples is the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard litigation.
Oh yeah,
it is psychologically interesting, and there are some gems in terms of clips of those proceedings. But it is the kabuki theatre. I don't mean that. I quite like kabuki. I like to use that expression. Kabuki is actually very high Japanese art. But anyway, yeah, it is. It's like it's bred in circuses, if you like. And it works. It does work. It's very effective.
you reminded me, and it's a horrible digression, and please forgive me, but
No, go ahead.
I was when I was talking about an evolution of European philosophy from the detachment of Platonic forms, let's say in response to sophistry, the kind that the kosher folks are capable of within the social world of praxis, that's going to cause that kind of desire for foundations and forms that cannot be trammeled, that are eternal verities, then brought in back to telos of emergent nature by Aristotle, and set in the framework of praxis and interaction, and which, because it's interactive and subject to changes and the agency of the participants and their biological concerns and concerns as mammals with relationships and ability to learn and adapt, that we require phronesis, that is practical judgment, because there's not a strict lineal means of making sense of things as there is kind of much more so in the realm of the hard sciences. So Aristotle says that we use practical judgment. We need practical judgment, phronesis. And this is kind of stuff that the pragmatists are made of. Where I wanted to go with that, this pragmatist sort of philosophy take into praxis, where Vico and Heidegger are taking us in the postmodern turn back in from Cartesian estrangement, which is like kind of an extension of Platonic reaction, Cartesian reaction from Christian guilt trips that are having appropriated our moral order and therefore our praxis, poisoned and sophistical guilt trips. So calling us back with Heidegger into praxis, and the pragmatists taking us into taking Aristotle's phronesis, practical judgment, as the necessity of it as the point of departure, right? What they're doing is, the social constructionist take is putting everything, subsuming everything into praxis, including theory. We're making our perspective, our anthropocentric perspective foremost. And then if you talk about the concept of democracy as a means of homeostasis, as Dewey, the pragmatist, might, it's been refined with Schotter through the idea of specificatory structures, so that if you have people who merit an elite status, nobody's allowed to vote on the borders and the boundaries. That's without, there's no question there. But when you have your people who merit a more elite status, at least for a time, in decision making, they're not so much engaged in the clumsy quantitative idea of voting, but rather a sharing in what Schotter calls specificatory structures, partly finished ideas, or working hypotheses that they negotiate back and forth and correct and refine these partly finished ideas. And so that would be more the model, that is to say, specificatory structures, as opposed to the digital vote. You're working with something a bit more like narrative and group biography, autobiography. Yeah, I'd forgotten to say that before. So sorry. Thank you for your patience.
No, that's okay. I mean, that's pretty technical there, but I mean, I definitely agree with you certain things. I think we would need certain democratic processes with certain things like the borders, like our homeostasis. Yeah, that is, we're going to take care of that. That will not be diddled with,
That's
let's say.
that's not up for vote. It's like it would be a situation where we'd have like a law where Ireland's always going to be, say, argument's sake, 97% Native Irish, 2% other European, and maybe, or 2.5, and maybe 1% Asian or something. I don't know. Like that. And that if there was for a time less of one thing, you can allow in a few other I don't know, Germans or whatever, then okay, then there's space available. But the overall population would be maintained like that, and the borders are largely corresponding with citizenship, with membership. So that even if that's not the current status in the actual situation of Ireland, we are pursuing in the DNA nations that formula, for example. I don't know, is 97% too much or too little? I don't know. I'm just throwing the numbers out.
I mean, you can always, I mean, really, stuff like that. It's if basically we ever get into power, we can sort of sort that out, I guess.
Well, no, that we don't need to begin. That's the thing about the DNA nations. We don't begin power. We don't need power because we're beginning from the inside out. So if we're talking about if we have 100 Irishmen, for example, or or the Irish Union, and there's would say that there'd be an agreement there that it always has to be composed of what we see as the Irish Union has to be basically near 100% Irish.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, some of the actual, I feel like the practice, the practicality. We can decide that when we have more influence, if you like, more followers, or what have you.
Yeah, well, I suppose the praxis is detached from this kind of like virtual theoretical idea to some extent, but it's also not completely detached because we're talking about real human participants and their agreement. It would be significantly detached to begin with, of course, with actual borders of Ireland and actual politics of Ireland. We're not concerned. We're not there yet with making that a focus. I mean, people who want to engage in regular politics, by all means, go ahead. But our concern now is to organize our people. Our concern with who we are. Who are we? And well, it's not that hard. It's not really that hard to say. It's genetically based, and we have to begin to organize ourselves. Beginning with who cares, who we start from the inside out with who wants to be a part of it. We begin with what we can do, not with what we can't do. We don't try to persuade people who don't want to hear it.
Good, because the people I think waste a lot of time trying to sort of quote unquote red pill people on certain things. There are quite large swathes of people who really just don't care, and especially in more hard economic times, I think, where they're really just focused on sorting themselves out financially and looking after the family, X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, that's true. And but the thing is, the good thing is that it doesn't really take a whole lot to participate. We're not really asking anything. We're not asking people to relinquish their actual citizenship. And furthermore, if we as we do truly get to a kind of unionization, then that's the kind of thing that can support people in their economic hardship, and perhaps form guilds of actual disciplines and industries. Now, of course, the unionization we're talking about is about our people, and it's better in a way because lines of industry and work can become obsolete or outmoded, so that it's not to be relied upon. And furthermore, they're not really about there's objectivists can scab those bounds by saying, oh, we have outsiders who can do that job better than some of your unionized people do, blah blah blah. So it's more reliable as it's based on our people, not on a particular industry. Although, again, this is the good thing about it, because I was criticized by James FCFU for not being practical. He was saying that, well, our people, they don't care about that. They care about making money. And well, we can help. People can be facilitated in making money. It's not mutually exclusive through the concept of unionization.
Yeah, I agree. I've never, in fact, ideally, we want sort of wealthy patrons and wealthy people to help us as well. That's, I'm not very materialist myself. I have just become a marble collector. Do you know much about marbles? They can be,
Marvel or Marvel Comics?
No, marbles, little glass spheres. Normally,
Oh.
they can play,
Yeah,
and they're typically
those are
coloured.
neat.
They're I just like them for their beauty, but they can be quite valuable, particularly handmade ones. American ones actually can be quite valuable too.
Neat.
And that's just an aside, but yeah, ideally we want kind of wealthy people who can fund the DNA Nations project and help us out.
Also, it's not well. And there could be, but I was talking in terms of like in organizing. You can have people who cooperate on skill sets and mentorship, apprenticeship, and networking. And you do have to be careful with this sort of, particularly on these grounds. You have to be a bit careful that we don't get on the wrong side of the law somehow when it comes to that. But my point is that unionization can be a means of support in these concerns that skeptics of the racial priority would try to say are mutually exclusive when they're not. And furthermore, I really think that that genetics are a popular concern. That, I mean, you look at all the people who are interested in Ancestry.com and Human Genome Project of National Geographic and 23andMe and family tree. A lot of people are interested in this stuff.
Yeah, it's really spiked in the last few years, isn't it? I suppose
Yeah.
one thing we want to do is to say it's great that you're interested in who you are in your own family tree. Wouldn't it be great if we could maintain that in your extended family? You know?
I think that I'm sure that a lot of people are interested and concerned.
Have you taken a DNA test? Or?
I have. I've taken two. I kind of extended it to another. I took Ancestry, and I did the National Geographic one as well.
Interesting. Did they give you varying results? Did they average out or?
Average out. There's sort of different frameworks, but it all makes sense of being refined. I'm happy to know that I'm basically all European. I can say that.
Yeah, great. I know. We talked about before. Like some people are a little bit concerned about the data of these tests, but yeah, I might get one. It could be interesting.
Well, I mean, I was concerned. I was afraid that I might have a little bit of black in me. And it turns out I don't have any. I have a tiny speck of, ironically, a tiny speck of Jewish, but it's so tiny that I'm not worried about it. Oy vey. It's like 2.5%, something like this. Just maybe more than I might like, but it's I'm not gonna commit suicide for it either.
Yeah, no worries. It's all interesting stuff.
Yeah.
How's actually, yeah, I was going to say, how's sort of Poland been? How is it more or less the same? How are they feeling about Ukraine? Have you had many
Well,
refugees?
there's been not so many in Poznan because it's pretty far to the west. Although there has been some coming through. I've seen a few blacks around just yesterday and the day before. More than I don't know where they came from. They don't see. And that's been unusual. I don't know if they came from Ukraine or what. I don't know what that's about. But it's been pretty normal, pretty white city. Not pretty, very white city. Very nice.
Yeah, they've. Did you see? It was a guy who was working for Joseph Watson, and he was at I guess it was. I think it was at the Dublin airport or somewhere in Ireland where they were flying in, and they were taking in Ukrainian refugees, and they would have like Ukrainian women and children. And then there were like these guys from like India, and like there were a few like. And this is a problem. Whenever there's an event like this, the regime will always weaponize it against us in the most horrible way. You know.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, so all the liberal news networks have this story about, oh, and these nations they take in the Ukrainians, but they discriminate against the blacks.
Yeah, people aren't Ukrainian, so it should be very simple. It's maddening. Yeah.
Poland actually did apparently set up some plane rides taking Africans back to Africa. Believe it or not.
What that illegally sort of entered the country.
Well, Lukashenko, I don't know if you remember the story, but a couple months ago, he's trying to dump all these Middle Easterners and Africans into Poland by means of Belarus, and Poland was manning the guard. They wouldn't let them do it. Finally, Poland took some, but then shipped them straight back to Africa. But
And it's not
unfortunately, keep trying.
controversial.
Well, I don't. Yeah, I mean, I guess they did it quietly. It might be controversial, but somebody knows what they're doing.
Good. I'm glad to hear that, and I hope. Well, I just hope. I'm glad to sound that there is a border. It isn't like the sort of the US-Mexico border, which is just like a free flow zone. It seems at times, from my understanding.
Yeah, but it's not like the way it's conceived. It's not. It's not perfect and not impermeable, and not conceptually established on biological grounds. There's a lot of Catholic and kind of other liberal reasoning. Well, playing coy, like people are free to come here, but we can't force them to come here the way the European Union wants them to, and just kind of relying on the fact that it's not the greatest benefits and salaries in Poland, and that's mainly what keeps them away. Not so much any necessarily across the board racial patriotism.
Right, I'm with you.
Well, at least not in a conscious sense. I'm sure some people, have sense enough, but not everybody, not necessarily. My point is that I'm not altogether secure about Poland's concept of maintaining itself against foreign imposition, and how it will hold up against the antagonistic forces that are trying to impose immigrants. It's been amazingly good to date. Even me, who it's like I see one interracial couple, my day is ruined, and
Yeah.
even me, I have to say it's been good, shockingly good. Coming out of the United States, the concept of a white city was unthinkable, and yet, or a white nation. It's like yet one that would endure for the 20 years that have been here. Unbelievable.
It's
Really.
pretty much what we used to have, really. I mean, other than certainly here anyway, in Europe, other than tiny amounts, or really the other ethnic groups. Other than that, we basically had
so little you wouldn't even care, right? It's just like
Sorry.
Such a small amount that you wouldn't even care, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, it depends. Into more detail about some of that group you got to be a bit careful of. Especially if they start organizing and start
Well, actually, I shouldn't have said that. I mean, if Enoch Powell was complaining way back then it must have been bad even then to some extent. Yeah.
But ethnically, yeah, basically, and I think you maybe have some of this in certain neighborhoods or nations where they don't realize the reality of diversity. It hasn't hit them yet. They haven't really experienced it.
Right outside of outside of the cities, it's still white, and so they don't understand that how bad it could be in Wolverhampton or wherever. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's very, I mean, having this sort of making people appreciate or even understand sort of history, ethnicity, and the sort of how it's all linked and how it all has value. It is quite complex, or it's quite hard to do in a few sittings. It takes a bit of time. That's one of the problems really is time. Is time constraints.
You mean that people don't have time to understand?
Well, partly that, or partly, it's like if you were having conversations, say, with in person or in emails, you have to invest a lot of time and energy just to sort of awaken one person. Say, I'm not saying it's not worth doing, especially if you think if they care, as we were talking about earlier, or they could care, and they are interested. But it's a relatively high investment of resources, I think.
Right. Well, I mean, I that's why I'm set on this endogenous process from the inside out, beginning with what I can do and not what I can't do. Begin talking to those people who are receptive and are interested in looking after our kind and defending our interests, rather than trying to convert the masses approach to begin with. But for me, I don't know. It's not something. I mean, I couldn't really pay attention to other to pay attention to other stuff a whole lot. It doesn't make sense to me. I mean, when the borders are wide open and everything you care about is threatened, I couldn't just put my nose to the grindstone and mop the floor while the oceans are washing in.
Oh yeah, and they want to be jaded and to feel defeated and all of this,
Yeah, and I don't. I don't feel defeated, and there is a way for I see the way for us to go, and there is a way for us to. There is a way forward and a way out and a way forward. I didn't always feel that way. But indeed, seeing a viable nationalism demonstrated that it is possible. I don't know. It's a big relief. And then, of course, you have confidence inspired by someone as intelligent as Bowery articulating a concept of using their concept of liberalism against them. You believe in freedom? Okay. So you are free to live in the multi-cult and show us how well that works out for you. And I'm sure that you respect our freedom to preserve our kind, our species. And, you respect our freedom as well. Because they won't, but, the concept, the idea that if they try to impose upon us, say they're mixed kinds or those that we don't want to take care of as a part, that we don't give consent to care for, that they are the supremacists, the would-be slave masters, the ones who are trying to remove our agency and our human status, and that they are acting in a non-human way as such, averse to agency and moral concern. That concept and the strength of intelligence on our side is a big was a revelation for me. That was something that it took a millstone off my back that I had been carrying throughout my youth. To know that a powerfully intelligent person could be on my side, and then you get with that you have the idea that those people who are betraying us and are going to go into the multi-cult, that they will suffer, that there will be punishment for them, the punishment that they deserve.
It's I don't know, it's like a cognitive dissonance really, where you were sort of alluding to it there. On the one hand, it's like they believe in freedom and supposedly debating ideas and all these things, but they really want other people. It's like a kind of political imperialism, or like an imperialism of the mind. It's like they don't even want you to think like an illiberal thought, or or something that they dislike. And
Really?
it's incredible.
It's that fucked up. You're right. It's like
it's like attacking your own flesh. Really, is one way I could put it. Yeah, I mean, like pushing hate speech laws on our people, and surveillance laws for so-called terrorist groups, nationalist groups, and all this thing. Because of course the regime is so dastardly, they'll call things they dislike terrorism, or subversive.
And the worst part of it is, yes, a lot of men are enforcers of this too, and trying to show off how liberal they are and all that, and how but how typically a lot of women are so rabidly on board with this bit, and the enforcers. Was it like? There's a famous quote from George Orwell. As a rule, Winston hated all women, but above all the young ones, for they were always the most bigoted adherents to the party, swallowers of slogans, and nosers out of unorthodoxy. And that's sort of how like the anti-racists females conduct themselves. They're scary. Some of the ideas that they Anna Thompson, remember. Well, what if Africa would overflow Europe? Well, so what? It's like my jaw is dropping.
Yeah, it is incredible to witness.
I had another girl say to me, here, a psychology student, well, let them. Like, what? Is this what, this is what you are taught at university. Well, let them all go.
I don't think I don't think I could go to university. I'd probably be kicked out or just reprimanded and saying that this is how it is, and this is what what you're telling us is nonsense and so on. I think they just kick me out. It'd have to be like a clandestine student. But I don't think I could tolerate it.
It's torture. It really is. And it's not just the classes and the teachers, but it's the whole the whole student body and the going around. It's that's what had me run away from America. The University of Massachusetts, brutal. Adjacent to, and that was adjacent to Smith College over in Northampton, which was an all-women's college. So you can imagine what that was like. Which is near Mount Holyoke, another all-women's college. These are prestigious women's colleges, like where Smith is where Barbara Bush graduated from. It's George Bush Sr.'s wife. That's where Gloria Steinem graduated from. A lot of famous women, feminists, and so forth.
Well, that's what's so tragic, really, is like those places of a time long ago. Well, maybe not that long ago. Actually, they would have educated people properly. It's horrific, really, to see what they've become.
Yeah, and I guess there is there's strains of that. I mean, they are getting some traditional instruction. And you can become jaded and overly prepared that these women are so indoctrinated that none of them can understand and are on our side, and to the point where I was on the streets of Northampton growling out loud about N words and mud sharks and these two girls that looked at me and said, "Oh, hi." And I just assumed that they were mocking me, right? And I said, if you want to go suck, get the fuck out of here. And they suddenly, despair came over them because they were looking to show me support as a guy who was obviously justifiably indignant about all the hatred of white men and the mud sharkery going on. But I just automatically assumed that they were antagonistic, and they weren't. And I'm sure that they were Smith students.
Yeah, you can get in that mindset, can't you? Yeah. It's really interesting when I meet university students, because I do sort of try and probe them a bit, like how liberal are they? Like, did they vote in or out? It's actually statistically, it's generally that they voted to remain. Sorry, because of the age statistics we have on that referendum. I'm in a fairly small minority, really, of my age group to vote to leave the European Union.
Yeah, I don't. That's a shame, but yeah, that would be the liberal thing to do, to vote remain.
Yeah, it was so
I don't know how you could. I don't know how anybody could look at a place like England and a history like England's and want it to become, you know, jumbled with the arbitrary mass of the world makes no sense to me.
Yeah, well, I mean, but there's so much going on there. A lot of it is just constant regime propaganda and browbeating and bullying, you know, and hate speech laws and all the rest of it. Some of it, I think, is sort of. I remember who was that guy? The half German, half native guy, Dennis Prager, was it? In the States, who supported white nationalism. We've talked about him before briefly. Dennis something. You know the guy I'm talking about.
Dennis Dale?
Was it Dale? Yeah, I can't. I'm horrible with names. I remember his face and I remember how he talks. But I remember he was interviewed. And he was saying that he has no idea where this idea came from, but the idea of people thinking that they can live anywhere around the world. And you know, when he was younger, that wasn't the case.
Yeah, might have been Dennis. I mean, Dennis is half. Well, he's American, but he's half of extraction. He's half Dutch and half German. Yeah, good guy, but couldn't quite be. No, he couldn't quite appreciate the perspective that I was trying to like impart to him. But anyway, never mind. He's coming through the Steve Sauer camp. Sort of made his way through the comment section there, and Steve Sauer is, well, 1/4 one of them, and it shows. Anyway,
sorry, I don't know. He was half German, half Native American. I think he's dead now. He was, you know.
Oh, yeah, that's David Yeagley.
Oh, David. Sorry, forgive me. As I'm crap with names, you have to give me. Yeah, him. He was the guy I mentioned that.
Yeah, he's good. He's a good one.
The elites, the regime, have certainly in the West, and probably maybe to a lesser extent, they've tried to germinate this idea of this one world, you know, and that, you know, the ideas like Clark was saying in that quote, you know, like borders are old fashioned, you know, the ethnically pure states, you don't want that. You want multiculturalism and it's all fun.
And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that particularly in the case of England, there's a lot of status signaling and virtue signaling by, you know, only the lower classes would be racists.
Yeah,
so they want to show that they're morally superior by being above racism.
There's a word for it. They call them the gammon. Have you heard about that?
No, explain that.
So gammon is a type of meat, and I can't remember who, it was some live shit who coined it, I think, calling like football fans or people who care about the group the gammon, you know.
Oh no, really?
Only seriously, Daniel, there's no other ethnic group on this planet who would do that, who would be that disparaging of variants of their own group. Of course, it isn't just the gammon who care. It's generally more lower to middle class people. Some are.
Well, I do that because they're subject to the brunt of it. You know, it's like in so many different ways. The upper middle class and the rich people can escape, right?
But yeah, this idea of sort of being sort of quote unquote one people and one world, it is because they do want. I am convinced now that they do want a one world government, probably with a one world with one digital currency. I hope I'm wrong, but it seems like that's what they want. I don't know whether they'll get it. I hope not. But you can imagine.
Well, certainly the forces of whatever the case may be, globalism and internationalism are at odds with the maintenance of our kind, which, even if not for positive reasons of loving ourselves, then one of the major motives that I see is just recognizing the nightmare of some of these people that we're supposed to be involved with. I mean, can you imagine? I don't know if you could imagine going to school with Africans. What that would be like. I don't. I want to be. I don't want to go into terminology that I might use, but this is a nightmare. And it's not even so. It's as much to avoid that and to protect white kids from having to come into that nightmare situation as anything, as it is just like, oh, we this stuff about how much we love ourselves and Christmas time with our family and hunkered away from the snow. Yeah, that's all great, and when we could overlook some of the nasty details of our own people, but it's more like that stuff. If you've experienced it enough, if you're thrown in there, then Lawrence Fishburne movie is not like it's like no, because I know what living with hundreds of Lawrence Fishburnes is like, and this is not what I want to do.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. It was last time I was on the Shakespeare.
And I don't want my I wouldn't I couldn't let my a little white boy be bussed like I was to go to a school like that, and the alienation and the nightmare of it, the science fiction nightmare of it is just
This is one of the things you can talk about to people is how they did integration for them, how it was coerced. If it was desired, they wouldn't have had to do this. Just like a little red pill that you can do in a sentence or two.
Yeah, good point. And then what happens when they do try to integrate? It's like there's the classic school lunchroom and how people self-segregate. The white kids are all at one table and the blacks are at another. That did happen. Same thing in the jails, of course.
More serious in the jails, no doubt.
Oh yeah.
Jim,
But these integrated schools, it's like anybody who is experienced it will tell you.
Well,
I mean, look at what Amanda did. This girl who sometimes comes to the chat. She left Michigan and took her family to fucking Lebanon, and rather than live in a situation like that. And just goes to show, and that's how bad it can be.
Quite a move, isn't it? I don't know much.
Yeah, I mean, the Israeli army, bombing them, but that's better than living with the homies in the suburbs of Detroit. My point is that the negative of having to deal with some of these people, for people who've had meaningful experience, is as big a reason, as big an incentive, maybe more than the positive of liking and loving our own people.
Yeah,
it's probably true for me. I hate to say it, but I mean, I like our people. I mean, I think our guys are very often cool and cooperative and talented, and our women are beautiful and intelligent and thoughtful. All that. Um, but enough of our people are rotten so that I can understand the motive in the first place to not care that much. It's like, what am I caring about? What am I doing this for? But what really kicks it into play is when you see how bad, if you think that our people can be bad, well, how bad it can be. Life can be subject to some of these other kinds.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather deal with like, if you like, bad actors of my own people than bad actors of people who are not my people. I mean,
Yeah,
do you know much about the Yardies?
yeah, the Jamaican Yardies, yeah.
They were known for skinning people alive in this country, and involved in some pretty nasty and serious crime. I mean, and all like these stabbings in London, they call them youths on the news. One youth has been stabbed in the city of London on Wednesday. Or whatever. It's like none of this happened before open borders, or it was really kind of rare. It wasn't too common. I mean, actually, in history, London was quite crime ridden, but it was a different type, not to the same degree.
And I believe it because I have to. It's borne out through statistics and experience. Jamaica is a notoriously violent place, and it's stemming from their genetics. Okay, it might be exacerbated by corporatist exploitation, but still, uh, that's not the sole explanation.
Was there anything else you wanted to talk about on the topic?
No, I'm looking to adjourn myself. It's been good talking to you. Can you leave me your email? Because I want to.
I'll put it in the chat. You'll probably laugh at the title, but yeah, I'll put it in the private chat on StreamYard.
Okay.
I'm quite I really like emails. I'm quite old-fashioned in that regard. We'll stay in touch, certainly.
I don't see it yet. Did you put it?
It should be there. I can repost it for you.
Oh, I see it. Okay, I got it.
Nice.
Okay, so I'll send you a mail, and then we'll try to work out when it might be possible for all three of us to talk, and we'll begin saving our people.
Are you? Do you still let Claire on? Like for your little
No, not really. She tricked me the past few times. That's how she got on. She used a different avatar and name, and I
pretended to be someone.
And I let her on for a few seconds, but no, not so much. I even blocked her from my Twitter. Yeah, what's the point? She's absurd. But some of the other ladies, I would certainly talk to Amanda again. There was Trudy. I would talk to Diane again. Some of the other ladies would be happy. I don't know if they would talk to me, but I'm not. I'm always happy for women to participate.
Yeah, it's refreshing. It kind of mixes it up a bit, doesn't it? Like hearing the gentler sex and where they're coming from.
And also they really they lend a lot of credibility to the fact that you're not so dangerous, and that they help to get that across, and
like an incel,
to reach the more normal audience that are essential.
Yeah, and as broad an age range as possible. I mean, you probably want to have more youthful people, certainly, but on average, the whole spectrum, the generations. It's
absolutely
imperative.
But I think I think that starting with you guys is going to help, because Her's a quite normal guy, and he's got a lovely wife and a little boy now, and of course Snorkel Blog has his wife and one kid already, another on the way. So we're talking about people who will help us to, and yourself, who will help us to get more healthy, normal people involved, and that's great. So so I'll shoot you an email, and we'll work on a time when you, I, and her and Snorkel Blog can all talk together.
Yes, if I can, I will certainly pop on. Obviously, if I can't, no worries. We can talk again. Yeah,
No,
so,
we'll work it out sometime. Might be just one or two at a time, and and we'll try to fashion it so that it, you got to tell us when it's good for you too. So we'll work it around your time as well. All right, great talking to you. Thanks again, Murph.
yeah,
Bye for now.
good to see you.